Hello there, everybody. It is me, No Name of 7 back with Kerbal Space Program, where today, oh, I didn't load. Damn it. I actually don't intend on launching anything. This is more of a little extra stream I want to do just because I'm in the mood for building stuff today. I don't even know how long this will last, but I'm aiming for like 2 to 3 hours at most. Yeah, I'm just gonna spend this entire day in the VAB. Ideally. Maybe I'll hop over to, like, the spaceplane hangar to, lay some stuff down, logistically. But I began having some ideas on outright replacing Starling. And I actually, have to add some stuff to my, thing. So let's go. Okay, so there's EU, which is the E upgraded, and then there's G. So I'm going to bring up a Starling 1G here, our current version of the Starling rocket. And let me on my other monitor, just so that I can easily calculate stuff, kind of get stuff set up in a Google Sheet. So I want part name, so that would be the cost. Let's do fuel. Yeah, liquid fuel. Cost and the fuel, and then, yeah, that'll be the cost per unit liquid fuel, and then over here, engine, don't want the conditional format up. Okay, I just brought some stuff up in regards to both fuel and engines, but here's the thing I was looking at. So let's make sure I don't save this as a Starling 1G on accident. So I'm gonna reroute to here. So that's everything with the decoupler gone. You know, we get rid of the CCSB. And then what I wind up doing is I get rid of, well, actually no, keep this on. Get rid of this, because that's all kind of the same. So let's say I remove this, and instead of using this, I wind up using a different fuel tank. Let me find it. Okay, first of all, I think I will need one of these, or alternatively these. Where is it? Should be somewhere here. Oh, that's this guy, a flashy. How much is that? That's 500. It's a little bit more. But that would probably be a good one to get. How big is that? That's a big tank. Okay, that's where the pistache is. So that's Nez. Yeah, that's all Nez. That's also 99121. That's a little bit more. Mirabelle's a little bit more expensive for a little bit more fuel in the same space. Actually, that's a pistachio and a vanilla. Where the hell's the vanilla? So, hold on. so vanilla cost is 70 and has 33.8. Which means it's $2 per thing of liquid fuel. If we're going with a, not a Tutatis, if we are going with a, say a Mirabelle, it's 135. Or 300. Is that the same? Oh, I think that is actually a little bit more expensive. Whereas a pistache is 200 for 99. Which is actually cheaper. Okay, so it makes sense to be using, these make sense. Mirabelle really just does not. Let's get a Carib D flashy. How much? You're 275 for 225. This is a really, really cheap fuel tank for what you're getting out of it. Let's see, that's 60 for 225. Should probably be labeling these. Try bulky. 382.5. And the bulky would cost 500. Okay, so one of the best deals in terms of like, you know, low cost per fuel is this fuel tank right here. That's one of the things I've been very heavily looking at. And if we say stick that on, and then we stick this engine on specifically. Now this engine can actually only has one axis of gimbal, and I'm trying to, I believe, and I'm trying to figure out which axis of gimbal it is. So show actuation toggles on pitch, yeah. Alright, yeah. Vectoring range, you know, which way does it gimbal? Let me just grab something which is a known gimbal in all directions engine. A swivel. That's 4.5 degrees. So the one way this engine cannot swivel, the other way it can, and I don't know. Which way that is. And I'm trying to figure it out. So that would require going out onto the test stand and very carefully observing. But the thing I wanted to know was, let's say I put 4 of these on, and I think I'd only need 2 of them. This right here is only 2139, and we're getting what, 2,000 meters per second? We're getting a total of 3,355 meters a second of delta V on this. Let's say I remove this and put this on instead. We're only getting 3,154 meters per second, and the cost has actually slightly gone up. So 2139 to 2208. And we can probably get rid of 2 of these. So we can probably have something like this. And because this engine is higher thrust than, well, this, this would actually have, even more thrust than necessary. This is upgradable to something somewhere in the middle. So basically, the idea is that this is a further, we can do something like this to further cheapen, or, design a rocket which is a little bit cheaper than Starling. Actually, what I want to do is I want to check this. So that's 132 for how much? Yeah, okay, no, that's 134.16 for 132. Which is actually the cheapest thing so far. So that's 22.36 for 18. That's actually a little worse. Oh, is that? Okay, that's more expensive. I was looking through some of these other options, and I think a lot of the time it's about, with the liquid fuels coming in, about cost of 2 when you're looking at the container, or worse. But yeah, we can do better. These are also pretty good too. So these are 300 for 225. Which means it's about 1.3333, or 3 repeating. 1 1/3. So these are pretty good as well. So basically, I'm looking at the stats. The flashy is probably the second. This is probably the second best we have. This is probably the best we have. So I am thinking of a rocket of, which looks roughly like this. I'll have to decide which way the fins go on. I'll probably have a second set of stabilizing fins. I'm kind of wanting these to like wrap around the outside of this fuel tank, but like this looks cool, but I also kind of feel like that's a little cheaty. And there's kind of nothing in the center there, which is, an issue. I want it to visually look good too. So what is the absolute, like, cheapest fin I can grab? It would be this stuff. It is a little bit more expensive. So it would be something here. So my thought is something like this. How much are these? Those are 80. Yes, that is going to be a significant cost reduction, but I do want to put at least something kind of in the center there. If I can. Yeah, if I can find something kind of good to bridge this gap, I want to. It's not long enough. It's too big. Not a lot of great choices. Ooh, that actually looks like a interesting piece to use in the future. I'll buy it. Okay, so we have that, we have a truss version, and then there's an insulated version. No. Okay, what do I stick on? This could work. Okay. Yeah, there we go. So we got, you know, the top of a starling, and then the bottom of an entirely different rocket. And this should be, you know, the idea is that I should be assessing these on what it takes to take about a 1-ton payload up to low curve in orbit, but I feel like this is a solid design. Let's get rid of the flag. Let's mirror the flag here. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, this is I think a reasonable, you know, replacement for Starling 1G, and I do think that this is going to be a little bit more scalable as well, because there's a lot of thrust in this stage. The other thought would be seeing if I want to move this tank down. So we're at 3314 meters per second of delta V, at sea level. What I'm going to do is I'm going to look at vacuum delta V. So 6206 meters per second of vacuum delta V. Which now becomes 5730. I'm going to use a different launch platform for this. So yeah, this is probably an you know, a slight improvement over Starling, because this is more thrust, or more maximum thrust. I mean, Starling already, Starling, sorry, not Starlink. Starlink's a real life constellation thing. Starling is different. Starling's the in-game rocket. Starling was already in a situation where, you know, its SRB had to be throttled down. So this could probably be going up on like half throttle and be okay. This is a good launch stand. Use a launch plate. I think I'll use a small launch stand for this. Although I think for Starling we were using like something of this sort. Probably this guy. Yeah, that's what I think we were using. Or, you know, something like this. And I also do want to take a look at a possible replacement to what would it be? To Robin using this same setup. So Starling is about a 1-ton rocket, I should mention. Robin, you know, Starling is 1-ton capable. Robin would be about 4 tons capable. I think this rocket will just look better in black. A little bit of white on it. Yeah. I do want a fallback tower. Okay, so this would require that the rocket is stuck way up here. Unless I could bring the umbilicals down. Take a look at some of the other possible tower configurations. We do have like a general strong back here. But like I could do this too. Just either mount the rocket higher and have that fall back a little more, or Or do something else. Okay, I will be using this one. Screw it. And I'll be adding in a milk stool. A little too short. I'll do a size 2 tall. Okay, so now the rocket's just a little too elevated, but we can bring this up. I could also just adjust the umbilical somewhat. Hold on. Let's get a size. I'm gonna use a size 2 milk stool. Okay, so umbilical 1, vertical adjust down there. Umbilical 3, vertical adjust. About 30. What would be a good launch tower color? We'll do red. Okay, and then what? Because I imagine that's just holding, or would normally just be kind of holding up a rocket. It's not exactly what we need, or specifically Vanguard. Vanguard rocket. So we have this umbilical. I want to get like another umbilical from the ground to help refuel this stage. I'm just trying to decide how. So that's fuel arm for the Soyuz rocket. And no. Oh god, I'm trying to design this the best I can, and I'm already struggling. Okay, that's a small fuel arm for Soyuz. So that'll work. Okay, don't want to adjust that down at all. I feel like I will do multiple different sizes of this rocket, so I'll probably just do something with a different fuel tank here so it can lift a little bit heavier payloads. And now we just need to support it. Actually, let's stick these on the milk stool itself. Actually, that doesn't look terrible. That... I think that's how we support the rocket. This looks like a reasonable launch stand. I'm just gonna set that to gray. Okay, so that would be... So ignite the engine first, and then all... you shouldn't be staged. What would be a good color? I mean, that kind of looks cool. I mean, so does that. Part of me kind of wants to do this kind of whitish look. Like this. But I think that just contrasts a little too much. Alright, so, stuff in this rocket will probably have to be adjusted, primarily this engine. But yeah, I think that's the first of the rocket designs I want to try out. I do not want that on. I want to name this something. I'm trying to think of what I should call this project. You know, I'm gonna call this the okay, so we'll call it the cheap liquid yeah, the cheap liquid fuel booster. Cheap liquid fuel booster program 1. One S. So 1S is short. And then we will try this with multiple different tanks here. Okay, yeah, I think that'll be good. I have to be right back, so once I'm back, we'll see what else we can, well, I mean, I'll extend this multiple times, and then we'll see what else we can work on. So, yeah. Alright, I'm back. Apparently I've gained 2 views now, but the view duration is still so short that it's not even appearing on the graph. Alright. One thing I want to take a look at is... I know I jammed that structural thing in here. Can I instead find an extremely cost-efficient fuel tank to kind of jam up the center? Actually, that might actually work. I've just realized. 22.36. Or 18. That's 1.24. Actually, hold on, is this cheaper than the Octag? Not, the strut I'm using, which would be this guy. This is cheaper. Okay, so okay, let's just remove the cubic Octag. Pick an extra one of these on the inside. Strap the engine to the bottom of it. And move this whole setup just kind of back up there. So it's now a cheaper rocket compared to what I had previously with more fuel. MLT 240. Okay, so I think I'll save that design. So the S will be the short version. And then how I will do this is that in addition to the short version, we will have a long version, instead making use of a bulky fuel tank. Let's see how... That's pretty bad. That's higher up. So that's the flashy. That one's not actually good, because once you get the fuel in it, it's pretty costly. Charas are actually pretty expensive for what they are. So this is 380 for 27. I don't know why the hell you'd want that. Well, it does integrate the RCS, so that I guess that might be why you'd want that, but so I need to go to about 500, I believe. Carib D bulky. And then you just take this, slide this on. So let's say I just kind of slide this up to about here. That's already like an improved version. Actually, let me add in the description. So this is the, oh god. What did I call this? So, liquid fuel booster project. Oh yeah, the cheap liquid fuel booster project 1L. Or design 1L. So these would probably be these rockets would probably get the name, Starling 3. Because Starling 2 was a project for, Starling with a, shorter, or, with an extended booster. I do want to just kind of try to look through and see what these have. That would be bad. Trying to remember. Okay, so this is the adapter fuel tank that I typically use with Atlas Ball. I probably should be using this though. That's 720. Yeah, 720 for 225. That's actually really bad thinking about it now. I'm gonna say Bossart BT5. And BT6. So that's typical Atlas Ball stuff. That's actually really expensive. The good thing is it's really lightweight. But those might not be, particularly great choices. I think they're decent upper stage choices. But honestly, these Blue Streak ones look really good. Because those are 300 for 225. So I think that's from the British rocket design. Yeah, I'm gonna look those up and see about using more of them. Oh my god. I typed something in and it didn't look it up. Come on. I typed in Blue Streak. It's a roller coaster at Cedar Point. Find me a roller coaster at Cedar Point. No. Come on. There we go. Okay, so okay, that's really cheap. How about this engine? So that's a $1,000 engine, that's a $1,500 engine, that's a $900 engine. But these fuel tanks, are all really good. So I think this is based on the United Kingdom's project, orbital launch vehicle project. Did you know that the United Kingdom is the only country to develop orbital launch capabilities and then lose them? They're also the only country to do it twice. I saw that on Twitter. I'm blatantly stealing that from someone else. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's almost like 1-for-1. That is a very useful tank to grab, I think. I think I do want to grab all these. Yeah, all these tanks. Yeah, 450 for 600. That's a pretty efficient. Yeah, those are pretty efficient. So, I think I'm gonna be looking at Robin next. I'm gonna taking a good hard look at Robin and seeing if I'm really wanting to continue down that path. So here's a Robin with the CCSB on it. For now, I'll remove the decorations, just so that they're not really factoring into the cost. So in terms of the engine, we're using an RMA3. So this thing. That has 344 vacuum ISP. The Pug might also not be bad. As far as I can tell, there's like 3 really good engine choices all around here, and not that. So this is what Starling uses. Hey, wait, hold on. This actually comes with some liquid fuel and oxidizer. And it's lighter. So this is less thrust and a bit less ISP than an RMA3. But other than... But it does contain a little bit of fuel, and it is lighter. So it is shaving off a little bit of weight. This isn't that much more expensive, and you get significantly more ISP and thrust out of it. Actually, this is what... I think this is what Bluebird's using. Oh, that's a really heavy engine. That one's methane, that's methane. That is liquid fuel, but it's way worse. So the Terrier, yeah, I don't know why I'd want a Terrier when like this is, or when this is on the table. Oh, that's a 3,000 engine for more. Yeah, that's a $3,000 engine and a little heavy. Let's take a look at this Chavez here. It's like, yeah, this is... I mean, that's a nice, cheap engine, but it is just... It was a bit... Well, not expensive. It's a bit, difficult to fit in when we're talking about something like Robin. You know, when we're talking about, you know, doubling the upper engine mass. Alright, let's actually, hold on. Let's remove this. So, Robin right now is, hold on, let's remove the CCSB as well. So Robin is a rocket which is about, 4,900. With a frankly absurd amount of delta V on it. Have to find which SRB Robin is using. But okay, so let's start with the upper stage fuel tanks. Robin is using 2 of these. I'll have to reroute. So that's, you know, that's how expensive that is. So how much liquid fuel are we getting? So 225 times 2, 450. So we're getting about 450 liquid fuel units with that on the upper stage. Let's say we use one of these blue streak ones. So this is 450 and it shaves off, you know, 100, or no. This is the same amount of fuel at a decreased cost. Now how much? That is way higher though. Because this rocket right now is, oh wait, no, hold on. Oh, it's lying about the mass. That's its empty mass. So it's 5.25 tons, so that is a slight increase in mass. Oh no, Black Arrow is that one. This might be Atlas. This might still be Atlas. Although I think this is Atlas. But yeah, that is the same amount of fuel as we were previously getting. But, you know, for a significantly reduced cost. Now the engine I was looking at for powering this is somewhere. This. So this has 5,633 meters per second of delta V on its own. I assume that is that in a vacuum? Yeah, that's in a vacuum. So let's try the other upper stage. How much are you and how much that's lame. So basically the other one is that and then that. So this is getting a little bit more. 6,343 meters per second of delta V. So let's say I stick another one of these on it. Oh, okay, yeah, that does kind of run into a problem. Although we could put one of these on top, and now we're doing significantly better. Or, you know, we do a 3-stage design. So that's 1,600. That's 1700. So that's 1740. But I mean, this is still most of that delta V. So maybe we'll do, like... Actually, I think if we're doing this, we should be using kick stages on top of this. Unfortunately, it looks like this is a very difficult engine to build around. It does seem. Doesn't let you stick anything on the bottom of it. What is this engine used for? Then... Where is it? Higher up, probably. Might not be higher up now. I think it is lower now. This would be in the 400 range. It's a little too low. Yeah, there you go. This has got to be an upper stage engine. Okay, that's just a little annoying to build around. How are they... No. It's Russian, I know that, but I'm no curious as to what that is used on. So if I want to have a third engine, I could base it around, you know, that. But that's not like a terribly worse stage. Now, for the first stage of, Robin, we're using a solid rocket booster. I'm using a stomper? No. I'm using this thing. I don't think so. I think we're a little too far down there. Yeah, I think we're using a P80. Alright, no, Robin's squatter than that, right? Is that what Robin's using? I wouldn't be using that. I mean, the P80 is well tested, so I think that is what Robin is using. Like, yeah, that's generation 37. I think that's Robin's booster. Where's the P80? It's down here. Yes, it doesn't have a lot of ISP, but it's got a good amount of thrust. So we're talking, you know, 800 kilonewtons of thrust. It's a $960 booster. And if I go up to in solid, if I go up to oh God. No, I'm looking at this and it's just like P80's just good. I don't think I can beat a P80. I like this upper stage idea, but in terms of engines, like 2 Bessemers is already nearly the cost of the P80. I think the decision here is to design a Robin 2. Based around the Blue Streak stage and this engine, the Chavez. And we just stick with a P80 on the first stage. This would be a decrease in payload, though. I'm trying to figure out how to get around that. Problem is the P80 is just so good. That is such a good stage. Like, yeah, that's why the advanced solid boost, that's why this one isn't being used, because the P80 is just too good. So, okay, so we're getting, I'm going to say 2.5 ASL. This would be used at sea level. So, 225 P80. Just going to enter this into the side. And this is why Robin's so good, is even though it's upper stage, Atlas Ball's a little under-optimized, this thing's just absurdly good for the cost. I shouldn't even really be considering anything which isn't using a P80 at this point. Unless I can figure out something else. Like that other rocket, like a P80 would be a better first stage. I think the issue is I'm just not using enough P80s. It wouldn't necessarily be a cheaper first stage for Starling, but it's close. So the thrust on the P80 is, we'll say, 654.5. And its cost is 960. So I don't think I'm gonna find anything much better than it above it. And the P80 contains 1600 solid fuel. So that has a higher ISP, but less fuel. It also has to be side attached. It's slightly more expensive. No worse ASL than that. It's about the same cost, a little more solid fuel, a little better. A little better ASL, but I don't think that's making up the difference. Oh, this one's using liquid fuel. Still not great. Solid fuel, that's not particularly great. I don't really see a good benefit to using that. It is just the more I look, it's like, the issue is that the P80 is so overpowered. No wonder I was like, oh yeah, I can replace Starling with this. And ultimately I didn't, but, you know, if I put a Starling, you know, second stage on a P80, like, that replaces one of the two rockets I just designed. Fuel is the lower... So the P40 is just a smaller version of the P80, right? Yeah. I want to see how a Vespa looks on a Starling, actually. If that's a way to cut a good chunk of the cost out. Okay, so we have some more solid rocket boosters over here. That's monoprop. Okay. Solid fuel 235255. I think the NES stuff is just... Oh no, that is a solid rocket booster. But yeah, this one, the P16, the P6, pretty good too. It's 360. Ooh. Hold on. No. I still think that the P80 is better. I don't think it's much better. It's a smaller booster. Okay, so this is what I think this is what I'm using on, what's the name? Chickadee. Well, we could try using these as, like, additional side boosters here. Sounding rocket motor for cheap, but not all that great. That's another NES booster, so these are the ones I do want to look at. 310 ASL. Like, these as side boosters might be okay. Okay. I feel like this is going to be the design for Robin 2. And I'll be honest, after seeing this, I'm not really sure I want to do, like, much else, because I've just realized, wait a minute, the P80 is just really overpowered. I think that one design I just made, which would presumably be like Starling 3, would be, well, maybe it would wind up being like the proper Starling 2, but I think it would be Starling 3. I think I would say Starling 2's canceled. That's Starling 3. Um, from a lore perspective, but yeah, the P80 is just OP. And that's another NES booster. That's one with 110, 110. Okay. So yeah, I think the idea is that we use a P80 and then we use strap-on Pollux if we need more. How long would that take? Maximum. It does automatically throttle down, right? No, it doesn't. So that would be. Let me calculate this. I just want to see if this is something where I could strap them to the side without decouplers, or if I need decouplers. So 6.373 per second, or 180 divided by that. So that would burn out normally in 28.2 seconds. Whereas a P80, if I scroll down to find it, has 1600. And 39.553. So that would, so okay, so the P80 burns out in 40 seconds. So that would be something where I'd want the Pollux as strap-on side boosters. If the rocket needs a little bit more oomph. It might even do something where it's like, strap the Pollux on only in pairs. Okay. So, okay, so this is the cheap, I call it cheap liquid. I find it funny that the cheap liquid booster, hold on, let's see. I need to see the name. The cheap liquid booster something program is, CLFBP, or CLFBP, CLFBP2. CLFBP2. So let's call it the 2-1, or the 2... In this case, I'll just do the 2A design, so I'm not going to use, like, the short, medium, long. Actually, yeah. One thing I should probably quickly check is... how heavy is this guy? Pretty lightweight fuel tank. Yeah, okay, 2 of those are enough to, just get the mass up. I'd have to figure out how to mount them properly. Or, you know, whether it would be better to do, say, like, I don't know, this. Okay, so is this supposed to go there? I think so. That works, kinda. Does it? I'm gonna say it almost works. I'd probably have to rotate this part. Probably about there. Surprised the engine plate just automatically adjusts. But that is still a significant amount of delta V lost. I don't think I want the engine plate. So, okay, so we need a coupler. I wonder if I can do just some form of side-mounted coupler and then stick the SRB on that. I do like the cage decoupler style though, but like, eh. Alright, that one is side-mounted. Alright. How about we do this? So I put the booster here, we reroute to the booster, flip that around, put that in. Actually, don't quite put that in yet. We do kind of a structural element first. Alright, here. For now, I'll just bolt this onto the side and just kind of get a measurement there. Yeah, that's not tall enough. That's a little big. Gotta be some good options somewhere. I definitely want to stick on the cheaper end if at all possible. think the other issue with the decoupler is... Well, first of all, this isn't gonna work, but... The other issue with the decoupler is I gotta make sure that this would actually, you know, decouple from it. So I'm gonna need a way to attach the engine. I think that's a little too heavy. That might work. Keep that in mind. Can I mount this to the side? No, I can't. Never mind. I need something I can just like stick to the side of things. I also kind of want to know what the size is of this, so just to real quickly check what the size of the P80 is. So that would be same as that. I swear there were more. Nope, not that. Okay, so it's a size 1.5. And I'm just trying to see if there's another way to measure. Not another way to measure, but like another thing which would just bolt on top. Yeah, this size, it sounds like it's just size 1.5. Alright. That's 1 to 0. So size 1 is 1.25. So if I find like a size... Yeah, okay, that's 1.5. So we're looking next size up from 1.5. Okay, always looking payload. Or like, something. Size 2. Okay, how... YouTube Live, what the fuck? How do I have -1 viewers? Is there... How? How is that possible? I have... No, this shouldn't be possible. Alright, so the size 1.5 decoupler there. That's just a 1.5 error shell. Okay, so let's see. So, panel cost is 9. Panel cost is 12 per meter squared. Okay, so we're 1.875. I feel like this is... That's a little heavier, but it is cheaper. Okay, so that could be decent fairing on... Or, yeah, decent fairing. Wait, hold on. Middle cost... Ooh, look at that. That's gonna be a good fairing. Okay, so let's go back to coupling. That's 600. That's also 600. So each of those are 600. Those are a little bit bigger for the decouplers. That's 500. That's also 500, and that would be for the same rocket, you know, that we're working on. That's a size 1 decoupler. Okay, let's look up here. As in, these are too small. Yep. You can also look at interstages too. Ooh, dual adapter conveniently allows for multiple I kind of want to see what this is. That's just a turn capsule thing. Okay. Oh, I could see the size there. That's too small. That's too small as well. 1.5, that's still too small. So there's the 1.875 meter decoupler. That is 450. And then that's the one we have, which is 475. Unless there was another one somewhere up here. I thought there might have been one I missed. But yeah, I think that is probably best. Oh, God. I just need some way to stretch the, stretch that up a little bit. I don't want to encapsulate the entire thing in a fairing. Also, of course, figure out a way to dock this. Well, not dock, attach it. This would be more attach the engines to the underside. Looking for end caps is good, and looking for structural fuselages is good. How cheap is that? That's $450. That's as much as the damn decoupler. Oof. How much is the fairing? I want a size 2 hull and what something a little smaller. I was hoping I'd actually have some good choices in here, but it appears not. Okay, structural tube. Ooh, okay, so structural tube is interesting. Whatever that is. Not what I want. But I might be looking for more of them. Some thought would be engine base plates. That's similar to this. Size 1.5, which I saw. Put down here. That would be cheaper. Ooh. Hold on. Let's try this. Try the engine mount. So, let's say I take that off. Let's say we do this. How much does this weigh? Not a lot. Okay, so how about we reroute to you, and then we make, like, this the engine mount. Okay, and we can still put something on top there. So something like this would be in the consideration for like a Robin 2 vehicle. How cheap is this? This is 3,000. Admittedly, we do need to put flags on it, but yeah. Let's say, I do the conformal flag, I do a second one, and then I guess technically Robin would have had, like, this. So the flags are actually, like, an additional 500. That is still, like, significant cost savings over Robin. I'll probably dial this back to whatever it is on Robin. Yeah, like, wow, that's a good design. Oh, no, hold on. The issue is, Robin also had aerodynamic control surfaces on the bottom. So I forgot to add those in. That's why it's a little odd right now. Also, I believe it's these blue steel winglets, which Robin has 4 of. So that's saving about 300 from Robin. But let's say we're a little bit more... Try to save a little bit more. So we do something like that to save a little more. Like the 10, yeah, I like the 10 white. Yeah. I think that is an entirely reasonable design. Okay, yeah, so we'll call this the 2A. Wait, hold on. Then we put the second flag there, so that's kind of whatever the payload flag is. Yeah, separate that sometime before at all. And yeah, I'll rely on those engines. just gonna speak though to how like optimized Robin is that I barely got, you know, an improvement here. But yeah, no, this will probably be Robin 2, and I don't think the other one will be Starling 2. I think the other one will... No, the other one would be Starling 3. Yeah, this is reasonable cost savings compared to Robin. It's just, you know, can I fit a little bit more fuel up here? That's the question I'm currently asking myself, because I want a little bit more fuel in this tank. Actually, yes, I could stick one of these on. Why am I not doing that? And I feel like I'm also gonna design a version of this with Starling's upper stage. So Robin 2 will have a number of variants. Actually, no, I'll go Starling 3 for the other one. So we'll have Starling 3 and Robin 2 entering service, and ultimately, you know, kind of replacing said rockets. I do kind of want something between Bluebird and Robin as well. What that is going to be, I don't know. I feel like I'll have like 3 versions of this, with different sizes of stretched upper tanks. And then probably 2 of the version with Starling on it. So let's just design the launch structure. Trying to think, is that enough payload fairing for this? Do I want just a little more? It doesn't cost me much to add more at all, so I think... Yeah, I think that looks good for a, you know, Robin 2. Okay, so I'll just save it as that. I want to open up Robin right now to A, grab the launch mount, and B, take a look at what the, you know, booster's throttled to, because I'll probably throttle this booster to about the same amount, but I'll change that depending on the variant. Robin actually has a really tall fairing, so I should probably increase the fairing height. What we'll do is we'll take that. And we'll... I'm a moron. I am a moron. I'm a complete other moron. I need to save it as a sub-object. Not a sub-object, a prefab thing. From the depths, brain! From the depths, brain, why? I need to not have from the depths brain right now. Get me the... Give me this. Subassembly. There we go. I'll call this, Robin Tower. Robin 1 Tower. I'll just post. Hey, anyone have any suggestions on what color I should paint the tower to? I actually kind of don't think anyone's there right now, so that probably won't get a response. Yeah, this will probably be a situation where there's just multiple, you know, Robin 2 designs. Oh wait, no, there's the whole Robin 1A, which I assume I put under a rocket at some point. Yeah, Robin 1 Tower. Okay, so the payload fairing is just not tall enough. I think we just do this. I know I want to give it a more curved fairing. Robin's really isn't curved properly. Kind of fun, but I think my rockets just generally look better in white. Yeah, that looks like that would be an absolute mismatch, or just mishmash of parts. Problem is, you know, just figuring out how I want the solid, or how I want the side boosters. So, I want radial decouplers. What other options do I have for radial decouplers? Can this work as one? Nope. No, can't. I would have loved it to, but oh well. might actually be a good radial decoupler to grab. The other fun thought would be to attach these to a decoupler mounted on the bottom here. Maybe not like that big, but like, what if we did like this? And had the SRBs mounted under or on that instead. Oh, that might just glitch out. So I feel like it is just better to have the radial. Yeah, the radial decouplers. The other thought would be just have one kind of on the ends of the wingtips. I also have to rework the hold down clamps. Because, you know, normally Robin uses those. I'll probably want to... No, because that'll change with the different SRBs strapped to it. Because I could see myself needing... Do I even want to try to be launching or, you know, lighting multiple SRBs on the pad? That's the other thing. So it wouldn't be those, it would be... What I was looking at was the Pollux. Honestly, though, I'm not sure I want them. Goals it would be. You know, if one doesn't light, that's a big issue. Honestly, I think this is what we go for. So let me just quickly see how big a pistache would be. Or, you know, probably won't be using a bulky as an upper stage. But a flashy I could definitely see myself using. So I will do a version with this. What I'm thinking is I think it's gonna be lore. Oh god. That Oh wait, no, hold on, that works. That works fine. So I think it's gonna be lore that these two are using the same launch mount. So all I'm gonna do is kind of adjust the umbilical length. Okay, so these umbilicals would be hanging down on a launch of this. Actually, what I might do is I might bring these over to this side and then give them a small amount of rotation. That doesn't work actually. Okay, so recolor you. Put that back down, please. Thank you. Let me just get these two aligned properly. There you go. So these will be two umbilicals normally used for if this is operating a Starling-based upper stage. But by default, these two will be dropped. And just to double check, we want booster ignition first, then all umbilicals to decouple, bearing separation, stage separation, and then second engine ignition. And no extra side boosters, because I don't have enough faith in those working properly. Even if I like constantly test them all the time. I'd absolutely love to have them, but I just think that's a bad idea. So let's save, for now, save that. I want to open the Robin, and I just want to see what I set the throttle of the main booster to. We'll set the throttle of this main booster to whatever Robin's is set to. Robin's, you are set to 45%. Holy crap. Okay, yeah, I do not need the extra side boosters. Because Robin's is just set so low. Set you, thrust limiter, 45% on the A. I actually think I want that tank. So I think that's a good version for the 2A. Hold on. Does mean that I'm gonna have a little bit more difficulty with branding, but that's okay. I could also move the branding down to this section here. There we go. And get it off of that. Normally it's sticking on the fairing, I just really can't do that easily. Actually, that's a big ass fairing. But I think we have more in this area. Maybe not, I don't know. 'Cause normally Robin's fairing goes to about here-ish. Which I think I'm actually going to edit this down to. So... it's a little shorter. Still about the same. I think that's good. So yeah, for the 2A, I'll say that. We'll go for the 2B. And what I'll do is I'll take that, I'll move that off. We'll put that in. And then move this all up. And then you throttle up to maybe about like 55%. Although, once again, stick the fairing down there. And then I'll have the 2C variant. Which will be, you know, obviously this. Just an even bigger upper stage. Actually, let's just put that there. Our fairing's in the right spot. We have gained a little bit more delta V. And then in this case, you're probably gonna go up to like 65% throttle. Save that. And then we're gonna do the 2S, which will be, let's temporarily reroute to here. Move you, I'll move you. Actually, what I'm just gonna do is, I'm just gonna grab the upper stage from a Starling. So I'm just gonna go to like a Starling 1G, because this will be the same upper stage as on our other vehicle. Reroute to there. Actually, let me reroute to here. I have to refigure out the decoupler and such. Starling 1G upper. I feel like this will complete kind of the new set of rockets I want to have, because, you know, we'll have, I guess, things between, or something between like Starling and Robin. I'll have to just kind of see the cost comparison too of all these. These would be in the C's. Okay, so we'll call it the S1 and then the S2. What if I relied on liquid fuel side boosters? That would be cursed. But no, I just don't. Not with Robin. Not with a Robin series. I'm not convinced that's a good idea with this style of rocket. Because we need more delta V, and I think that would be done by having additional stages. There might be a way I can improve Robin 1 a little bit, not in terms of like reducing cost, but in terms of not using Atlas Ball and switching to a slightly different design. Try to get the same amount of fuel. But maybe on a squatter rocket. I feel like if I want a better version of this, it's get a better SRB on the bottom. See if there's something a little bit bigger than a P80, which they have available. Here's the Starling 1G upper. So what we are gonna do is reroute to here so that I take actually, you know what? Don't have that on there. Oh my god, this rocket's gonna look so stupid. Yeah, I think if I want a Starling with a little more oomph, this is what I use. But we're gonna need to seriously shrink this down. Your point, yeah, that's a 0.9375. So we need to go from, 1.875 to a 0.9375. Other thought is we could use another fairing. So that would have been, this would have been on old Starling. That's 210. I believe a new Starling we were using this and a decoupler, which is just slightly cheaper. Okay, that's a size 1.5, so that's the correct sizing for this. Yeah, that's still not good enough. I want that to be a little bit below the ground, actually. Do we have any good parts? That's a fairing adapter. Ooh. Oh. That's a 1.5 meter. I thought that was a 1.5 size. So the size and the meter don't correspond. That's still absurdly cheap for a fairing base. So I think we use that, and then some form of decoupler. Question is, what form of decoupler? That's a decoupler for 210. But I think I'm just using like a default decoupler, and the other ones, like, yeah, I think it is like that. I'd love to do like a payload adapter style decoupler on this, but you know, I need to keep this thing cheap. We could use this. Okay, you know what? Keep that on. I probably don't want an agitator for this. That's cheaper than the Chara. God, this looks so stupid. Do not stage that fairing. Complete fairing, build fairing. Complete fairing, build fairing. So I could close it kind of higher up. Hey, nice to see you. Hello, I'm just doing a little bit of rocket designing today before I hop off. Not really anything super big. So where's the stage decoupler? Is that it? What the hell are you? Okay, no, that's that. That. Enable staging on that decoupler. And the fairing should deploy sometime up here. On this platform. Yep. It's been a little while since I've done any Kerbal, but oh well. Thought I'd do a little bit. So this is what if I took the top of a Starling 1G and the bottom of a, well, in this case it's a newer design I'm working on. It's basically a Robin. It's a Robin 1B but slightly cheaper. And that's what this extremely cursed rocket is. So yeah, it's only 3,000, wow. And then I'm gonna do a S2 variant, yeah, so skinny. Reroute to the engine, move that. Take the fairing off, take these off, and then we'll do a longer second stage. Would be, I have these sorted by cost. Is that, you know, not worth it? Where is it? This, a flashy. Hold on. Okay, so there's the S2 version, and yeah, leave that on, like, I'll go like 42% thrust limiter on that. So, yeah, I don't think I want a longer version of the second stage. I think that is good, but basically I designed a, basically a replacement for Starling 1 once I realized that, oh hey, there's a way I can make this just a little bit cheaper using liquid fuel. And then I was taking a look at doing it with Robin, or doing the same thing with Robin, before realizing that the P40 is just such a bullshit booster that I don't need to. Or the P80, I should say. And it was really only upper stage work I needed to do, because the boss art stages, they're very lightweight, but they're, you know, not extreme, or they're not, definitely not the cheapest things I have. So this is probably going to become Robin 2, and this is probably going to be, like, the extended variant of Robin 2. So I think Robin 2 is going to have, like, you know, 5 different variants now. And then Starling 3 in this case, because Starling 2 was a proposal to use Starling but with an additional booster segment, which is completely pointless because a P80 is cheaper than having that additional booster segment and just flat out better. So ultimately, my new Starling proposal, or my replacement Starling 1 proposal is this. So this would probably be Starling 3. It's the same second stage as on Starling 1G, but, you know, the first stage is now liquid fueled. And then this is a second version where the tank is... Oh wait, no, that's the same version. Sorry, I need the L. Where's the L version? So this is the same thing, but where the tank is slightly stretched. And actually, this is still cheaper. So what I now have is I now have a series of 5 rockets that kind of, you know, not only kind of covers the gap between, you know, where Starling... Well, it replaces Starling 1, it replaces Robin 1, and it covers not only the gap between them, but also kind of expands upon Robin 1's capability. Which should actually be really interesting. So the one thing I actually want to take a look at now, in regards to the P80, is there a better SRB a little bit down from it? We're not at the P80 yet. Past the P80. We're still past the P80. So that's the P80. Don't know much about this game. Fair. And then I've modded this to hell. So how much? We're only getting 650 solid fuel. I want to be getting as much solid fuel as possible. Yeah, that's not... This would have been the other booster I was looking at for Starling, but like, a P80 is just better. Boot it up twice and uninstall. Yeah, Kerbal can be difficult. There's a gemstone here. This does have a higher ASL than a P80. A little bit less fuel. Same mass, slightly heavier, with less fuel, a little bit better ISP. But the cost increase is just so significant, I'm not sure that's actually worth it. That's... Okay, that's just a slightly better... It's a slightly better P80 with at twice the cost. Why would I want that? What does this use? Oh, yeah, that's pretty good vacuum. Specs. It's pretty expensive though. Okay, so that's the Stomper. This is stock in game, but the ISP is pretty bad. ISP's on that good. The solid fuel's good, but that's like twice a P80. That's the same unlocked cost. It's heavier. Does have more solid fuel. Hold on. The ISP is a little bit better. That might be like the first SRB past the P80 worth using. I don't think that the kickback's gonna be worth using. And I think at this point, yeah, that's just way past the cost range I even want to be looking at. So yeah, that's a lot of... Yeah, that's a good deal in terms of like solid fuel for the cost. And otherwise it's, you know, fairly good. But you know, you just look at a P80 and it's like, oh my god, it's so good. It's so good. That NES booster is just so good. I think I did take a look at these, right? Yeah. And that's just not enough. Not enough Delta V. It's not enough of an advantage over P80 for the cost increase that it incurs. I guess the consideration right now would be to run a stage with these Sultans, or with a Sultan on it. Let's see, so that is... How much thrust am I getting out of one of these things? A Bessemer. Because I am thinking about designing like a mid-size rocket between Bluebird and Robin. And I might do that real quickly. So I would bring out probably the C version, wanting to use this upper stage, or possibly an upper stage with the same engine as Bluebird on it. A little uncertain on that. But a different first stage here. Something a little bit better than a P80. But man, that is difficult to justify anything being better than a P80. Honestly, I just kind of feel like that this will kind of be my mid-size rocket. I'm not sure I need anything between like I think I do. Okay, so what is Bluebird using? I just want to show what Bluebird is using. This is the booster Bluebird is using. So when Bluebird's flying, it's flying with one of these. And it's got a same diameter second stage on top. The one I was looking at, first one worth it is probably this Sultan. I think I'll buy it just because I want to kind of have that. So that's about the same size as a P80, isn't it? That's smaller than a P80. Interesting. Smaller than a P80 and better. Well, more expensive. But probably have to do tank shrinkage there. Okay. The thing I wanted to look at is there something better I can do? So if we're looking at this, you know, it's 668 kilonewtons of thrust at sea level. Actually, hold on. What is the cheapest fuel source I found? So the MLT 240 is the cheapest, but the Flashy is really good too. And then the engine would be the this would be the other engine consideration for the first stage of Bessemer. This would be the other second stage engine consideration. There's a little bit better ISP in a vacuum. And for this larger second stage, I think I would want to use this over it. So, from a first stage perspective, this is a good choice. The Bessemer is a really good choice. It's, actually, wow, that's a lot of thrust. Like, 2 of those is this. Okay, that makes me want to consider it a lot more. Actually, given that this is on half thrust, I wonder if it is possible to power this with a Bessemer. Alright, you got that off? Alright, thank you. I'll see ya. And I will try to keep doing YouTube. Okay, so how much am I getting it with a P80 at its throttle? Not much. I will be right back real quickly. So I think what I'm going to be looking at here is if I... Okay, so let's say right now, move that and remove that. How much delta V does this have in a vacuum? 7884 meters per second of delta V. So let's say I take this off and stick this on. We're now at 8279 meters per second of delta V. Actually, let's check this at sea level. So we're at 3785 there, and then 3288 there. So without swapping the engine there, I want to see what I can get with a Bessemer-based stage. So I need to get more than like... Okay, actually, let's see. So the cost is 5264 for 3785. And then this is 3288 for 4542. So that's what I need to beat. So I could probably run like... And run probably 2 of these is preferable. So if I go to fuel tanks, I want to find out, you know, more of the cheap ones. More there's the really cheap ones. So the blue streaks. Ooh, I should actually be using one of these here. To reduce cost. That's not yet, but that'll be in the future. I'll swap those out. Okay, so what is this? This is liquid fuel oxidizer. It's that much. Ooh. Hold on. 1260. So that is 1260 liquid fuel with actually that might not work. Yeah, no, I don't think that'll work. Because doing the fuel swap thing. Okay, Calypso is good. That's... No, that's not good. Never mind. 720. It's only 256. That sucks. Balloon tanks suck. Fuel NOx. Yeah, those are 2. That is 765. Yeah, no, that's too expensive. Yeah, I'm just kind of going down and the fuel isn't really going up much. whilst the cost is. That might be the first one worth really considering down here. Not. Okay, yeah, I'm not really seeing good fuel choices. So this is one of the... So, okay, let me check this one out. So this is a blue streak, that's 900 for 918. Honest to goodness, maybe the... It's not the best, but damn, that's like one of the best. The other option would be flashies, but I think it is just better to use these. So that would be 1800, and then stick 2 engines on. Or do something where we stick 2 engines on. It's a little small for a dual adapter. Okay, so that's 5548 for 1424 meters per second. Versus this. I mean, both of these are justifiable. Is the thing. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to possibly create both versions. So first things first, with this, I want to reduce its cost significantly. Because right now, its fuel tanks are running 1200, and I can basically shave off 300 from the cost. Probably not do a reinforced tank on this one. Okay, so that's 2. We're gonna have design 3 and then design 4. Um... Yeah. Just trying to think about how I want to handle this. Well, this will need to lead to significant testing. I guess the good news is that a lot of the testing will be done on basically the same parts. No, I'll be honest. I'm not gonna run the. No, I'll leave the 3 as an option, but I probably won't really be using the 3 version here. Um. So I want that booster. Ooh, this doesn't attach to the bottom. That's supposed to be a side booster, not a top booster. And actually, that engine's being removed. I'll consider removing that too. And we're gonna swap to the same upper stage engine as on Bluebird. Actually, you know what? No, it's heavier enough. Yeah, I know the one on Bluebird is running with a really big second stage, which just allows it to be at maximum thrust for a while. So I think and no. This is not a super heavy lift launch vehicle. Same cost, but I think that the, 0.4 ton mass saving is going to be more beneficial. Although, it does also mean that I can get rid of this. Right? No, it does not mean that. Well, you know what? Let me check. In a vacuum, what are we getting? We're getting 5621 with that, and then with you, we're getting 6250. Let's say we add a payload to that. Does it change? Let's add a cargo payload. No, that'd be payload. Okay. Yeah, that's a little bit over 4 tons of ore. So this is getting, with 4 tons, it's getting 3,000. Yeah, okay, this is just better. I'm gonna reopen the rocket, cause, yeah, I'm just gonna stick with that engine. So a 2C, we're gonna convert this into the 3. The annoying thing is going to be to get a launch pad mount to actually work. I have a stupid idea, and I've done this before. So this isn't exactly the most stupid of stupid ideas. Although it will mean that the umbilicals will have to hang down early. Okay, so I'll move those up there. That physically does not have a connection on the bottom. That's kind of the issue. Okay, so I think I need a 1.5 meter payload fairing here. And one which preferably has an automatic decoupler built in. Which some of these do and some of these don't. Is this its own decoupler too, I guess is the question. It is not. Actually, that would have been really good. I'll buy it, if I want to have that piece. What is this? That's just a little fairing base. So preferably I want like a decoupler with a fairing. Maybe that would be in coupling instead. . Alright, that is a decoupler, but I don't think it's facing the right way if I want to use that properly. We're using one of those. No, we're using one of these. And then that was extended further. Actually, you know what? We'll probably have that be 1.0. Yeah. But I need to do an interstage. The issue is I need to do an interstage. I'm just trying to find a way to do it. Payload maybe? Let's see structural. Okay, so if I had a decoupler there, that would work. And how much would a fairing be? So I could use this fairing for 100 plus a little more. About the same, probably. Actually, let's see. That'd be slightly cheaper. So in this case, it would have to be something like this. But let's say on the coupling side, I get a smaller decoupler. So the current decoupler is 450. We want one at probably about the 1.5 range, right? Yeah. That's a size 1.5. Well, that's 475. We're using like a size 1. That's a little too small. I want 1.25. Possible docking ports there. so that's too big. I don't really have no good pieces to use here. So we could, so yeah, I could get the 1.5 meter or decoupler for slightly less. Let's see about a TS25 stack separator, because that's 400. That might be worth it. Oh, that's bigger. Oops. It was not what I wanted. Let's see about this cage decoupler. I'll take a look at... Okay, so that's too small. That's too small. Ooh. Yeah, no. I think that's the best option that I'm seeing so far. Unless, like, this is better. Maybe we'll see about a TS18? Okay, that's a little smaller. See about this. That's bigger, yeah. It's still bigger. See about a TD18. Like, that is not bad. I think the throttle limiter on this one's gonna be maybe 80%. Okay, that's looking fairly good. Let's set these, like, .63, move this one down, and this one up. So how I'm going to attach this to the structure is I'm going to use a cubic octag. And I'm going to put the cubic octag here. So you see what I'm doing now. What'll basically happen is the rocket is connected to the cubic octag, and it will burn off the cubic octag. When that cubic octag burns off, the rocket's just going to go up. And if the SRB fails, no problem. It stays on the pad, it stays connected. I don't have to do anything else. So it'll literally be like an ignite, and if the SRB works, it's going. It's not something where I have to press space a second time. It is ignition, SRB works, it's fucking going. Cubic octag breaks, and the rocket just goes up. So I'm gonna need a different set of hold down bolts. Those are gonna be off, I think. Okay, so let's move this up. I think you will, actually, I'm gonna take that off. Remove you. You're gonna canonically have a different launch tower, than the other one. Yeah, I feel like this rocket's gonna have a new name. The P-80 base rockets will be Robin, so those will be, you know, Robin 2 versions. And then this will have a different name, and then the other one's going to have a different name as well. So maybe if I need more Delta V on Robin, I could, or in like Robin 2, I could strap 2 of the, No, I don't want to be doing like triple core Robin 2, as fun as it would be. Just because that means, you know, I have to go in and redesign the launch mount. And I think it's just got enough thrust as is. It would be fun to do a triple core Robin 2, though. How long have I been live for? Oh, almost 4 hours just building rockets, wow, this is longer than I thought. I like that launch mount. So we're using a general round before. What if we use the Saturn 1B launch stand? Here. Okay, I'll just do off on those, disable staging. Actually, let me see if there's a way I can just kind of increase the height of this. So let's say we do an 18, the mini modular service tower. All these are going to be roughly the same cost. That's a medium. Where's a mini? Yeah, okay, there we go. Type 3. Okay, that's not working anywhere near as well as I was hoping. Oh, actually, hold on. Might try to do a green. I can't really recolor that at all. Do I want a green? I mean, red always looks good. I might do dark gray. I will say though, these rebuilds for Robin, these could be potential crew rocket candidates. Probably for smaller missions, but yeah, this very much looks like it could be the you know, future of the space program a little more. It would be fun to have like a convert a swing arm into a strong back. Hmm. Right, here's my thought. We do these. I might have to rotate the stand here. More specifically, rotate this stage of the rocket. Go up about there. Oh, those didn't mirror. Why aren't those mirroring properly? That's odd. Okay, so going slightly that way, then up a little bit. Okay, so that provides some of the stability. I'm gonna grab a little more here by supporting on this. Which gives us 3 points. We probably do need a fourth about here, as that would be something bolted to the side, but we're not reasonably going to expect whatever it is to, you know, actually retract. Means I can use whatever damn piece I want. It would be something that the rocket would presumably kind of scrape against, though, to be honest. You know, I don't... It's always possible that I could use these for purposes other than, like, attaching them to launch pads in the future. increase your height. Okay, you'll be there. No, you will be higher. So that one's not actually gonna ever retract. I think I do want to do an auto strut heaviest part on that. Probably on this too. I should actually do that to the other rocket, but oh well. Or the other vehicle designs. Okay, so let's sort this out. So you reroute there. So first thing is this, that, and that will retract. That will ignite. We'll put those two on the same stage. Fairing separation would occur earlier. I'll leave that there just in case. And then we ignite that. Okay, save that. Let's actually go back to the other rockets and just auto-strut them real quickly. And then we'll design the 4 version of this. And I will remind myself that with this set, I do probably have to see which way the gimbal is on these engines, which will be done via testing. That's an L. We'll go to the S. Oh, auto strut, heaviest part. Auto strut, heaviest part. Auto strut, heaviest part. Auto strut, heaviest part, and probably you. Auto strut, heaviest part. Okay, so this'll certainly give me some new rocket designs to begin testing. Auto strut, heaviest part. And, you know, it'll probably be something where I do begin throwing some of these fuel tanks and engines into testing. You know, part of it will also be coming up with official names for these rockets and that sort of stuff. Yeah. And then I'm actually going to shift that a little under. Out there. But yeah, Robin 2 will definitely be interesting, but it's going to be like 3 separate variations on Robin 2. And I think on the C here, I'm just going to put the flags up higher. The default procedure on the C is going to be these flags. I'm going to reduce that down to 60%. Alright, now time to bring out the S1 and S2. Or yeah, the two smaller variants of this. Yeah, so if we're looking at the rockets I've designed, so we've got one coming in at, a little over 2,000. Now, one coming in at, 2,300, so a little bit more expensive. We follow that up with, we got one coming in at, or two of these kind of coming in at about 3,000. Shoot, why do I ever use this? This is 5 cheaper, and this is gonna have more Delta V. I don't think I ever want to use the 2S1. I think I only want to use this. How does this look with a black inner stage? Yeah, I don't see any reason to use the S1 variant. So I think we just go with the S2 here. Because that extra fuel, or that fuel tank's just so much better that it's costing 5 more and getting me a lot of extra fuel. Okay. So, just modified the 3. Now we go for the 4. Actually, these could have some weird names. So instead of like Robin 3, I might do like, Robin C or something like that. Like I know there's different Minotaur variants, like Minotaur C and such. So maybe that's the sort of naming scheme I'll go along with. So I'm gonna start with this. The only thing I'm gonna keep from the launch pad is that. Actually, you know what? Just copy that down. Get rid of that. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. And I believe it was 2 of these. engine-wise. We're going to use these, 2 of them. I feel like I need some form of, like, engine plate on the end for these. At the very least, this will be, like... You know what? The good thing about this rocket series I'm doing is it will, at the very least, be very easy to test everything I need to make all of these rockets viable. Because, first of all, the P-80s already tested. The, second stage engine on Starling is already very tested. I don't need to test those anymore. I can just stick one on a rocket. It's fine. So, that's 2 things I don't need to test. Things I would need to test are going to be these fuel tanks, so the blue streak fuel tanks. And that would frankly be all but the one which curves inwards would need to be tested. So yeah. How would this look? No, I don't like the Z look on it. But the blue streak fuel tanks, I would need to test. I would need to test the 3 versions of those, and then I'd have. So it'd be 3 fuel tanks I would need to test. I'd have 2 other fuel tanks I need to test, and then it's 2 engines. I need to test 2 engines out, and a solid. One of the solids would need to undergo significant testing before launches. That would be for the 3 version. Which is probably why the 3 would be the version which would take the longest to see service, because I would more focus on the, you know... I'd focus more on the other stuff. So, like, Robin 2... This could be like Robin L or something. Or maybe I call it, like, Robin 191 after the engines. And then all these kind of get a little bit of get into a little bit of an area between, you know, before Bluebird. So wait, hold on, aren't engine mounting plates somewhere in here? Or am I just stupid? Okay, there's an engine mount for a smaller vehicle. We have a stack by coupler. Just the regular squad one. They are here. That's just massively too big. It's quad coupler. Okay, so if I look at this Youngstown engine mount, It is only stick one in the center. There's no sticking one on the outside. I would have actively considered that for this, but, you know, we need a double. So that's a quad, that's a tri-adapter, we need a double adapter. Dual coupler, Nova Punch. And these NES ones look good. Just finding a different one. There's a single 2.5 meter, so that's too big. There's 1.8 to 1.5 meter. I don't really want that. Go the other way. I'm not even sure I want like a docking adapter. The more I think about it, or I'm not even sure I want the adapter though. I'm thinking it would actively be better to do like something like that. And do something on the bottom to round out the fuel tank. Just need a good nose cone for it. That's not a good one. It's a 1.5 meter cone. 200? Sure. Oh hey look, there's grid fins there. Oh god, those can only go on top. What if I bought this? I wonder how this will look. It's only... Problem is it's not textured at all. But like, that does work. And it's cheap. Although, you know, that's heavier. Hmm. Nose cone. That's a 1.25 meter. Okay, so these could be used for ballast. I want to check this and see how big it is. Not that big. Oh, it's a tapered one for 2.5 meter boost. Let's see about this Mark 1 here. See how big it is. I can't be radially mounted, so who gives a shit? Yeah, those are going to be both about the same size, so... So those are best I found so far, but they are a little... Problem is cost. I want to keep costs down as much as possible. A big part of these optimizations have been me trying to just keep costs down. Oh god, Sarnis engine mount. Yeah, that's gonna be big. And definitely one of the considerations I was having. Not really doing that. Okay, so that would be... That would be interesting. Okay, just try and look around for other stuff. That's another buy adapter, but it's a little big. I kind of don't think I want to buy adapter. Yeah, we need 2 engines here. The issue. I have like just an end cap. Like the option was, where is it? There is this. That's gonna have the engine stick out. What if I do something stupid? Okay, I've already fucked up. Oh, wait, hold on. Can't do this. Actually, that fits in pretty well. Okay, I'll leave that on the balloon tank configuration. So then in terms of fins, yeah, probably 2 stuck on the side there. And 2 stuck not quite on the side. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, ignite the engines. We'll go up. Yeah, decouple that and then decouple that. Then modular launch pads. So if we use a medium frame, I'll only use the small frame for this. That will, however, definitely be built on a base of some sort. Would be kind of funny to put like Vanguard's launch structure down. I don't think I will, at least not yet. Hold on. Yeah, I don't know what that's accomplishing. I think I can use that. I kind of want to do this, but I want to mount it on something else. Okay, ladders. just do that. So then, for you, you can go like there. It would not have, this would not have those. Okay. This is starting to look where I want it to. Okay, I am gonna put that about there-ish. I'll get rid of the base pads. So you know what? I'm gonna drag the rocket up a bit and just shift this down. Okay. Oh, nice. You can do holes on that. Okay. I'm gonna rotate this way. Trying to decide what color. Like, I kind of like the yellow. I kind of like the yellow with the blue, actually. It'd be funny to make that blue, but no. I think a dark gray right now is gonna suit that best. I think that could look good. Okay. Okay, so this would be the top of the Delta Tower. Okay, so that establishes that, like, this is a different launch vehicle with a different launch pad. Okay, so let's first of all stick these two bolts in. Yeah, so when that launches, those will release. Actually, you know what? So ignite the engines, make sure they're working, go, and then later on you'll do a fairing separation and then stage deployment. I do feel like I'm gonna get a little bit into, like, oh, you know, too similar of rocket territory. It means I'm not sure if I'll ever operate the 3. Even with all the time I spent on the launch stand, that might be one which just doesn't ever really see the light of day. It would be fun to use swing arms though as launch clamps. Well, the Soyuz does have these base clamps. Oh yeah, actually, we need more umbilicals here because the first stage is now, you know, fuel. Could probably use like bigger umbilicals for the lower stage, and actually I will. That's a general drop umbilical small, so we'll do a general drop umbilical medium. Okay, so we can actually probably drop this one, right? Yeah, that'll drop. Fine. Let's do the long mount. No, do the short, do the short, do the short. So where's a general droop style umbilical? Oh, there they are. That's a small. We should probably go with the medium. I'll do alternate one. Oh, hold on, we can't actually do that, so... There's the umbilical for this stage. I'll just make that one black. That'll work. And we still have to figure out launch clamps. So the thing I don't like about these launch clamps is you really can't recolor them. I want them to be a different color. So where are some of the ones kind of around the Soyuz design? Which weren't bad. The problem is Soyuz is just big. Like, yeah, that's big. That's too big for this. What other clamp ideas are there? I think Bluebird might actually be using these, right? Yeah, I think so. A small fuel arm. That's just changing the size of that, but not really the, you know, massively scaled clamp itself. I swear there's some better options somewhere in here. I'm just not finding. The other stupid option is using general swing arms as makeshift clamps. I could use these rails. I might use these rails. I think I will. Actually, I don't know if they fold back. Do they? I see them fold down, but I'm not sure they actually do fold back. Like a mini strong back tower. Because that could fall back adequately, but I'm just not sure what this means. I feel like a lot of the other launch pads are getting away with it because they can have the extra umbilicals on it. That's probably what I'm thinking of. Yeah, okay, that's what I'm thinking of in terms of the other ones. So, I think I'm gonna try to use swing arms. That's a medium. Hmm. Okay, there we go. That works. Color, we got the pipe colors. Which way is it supposed? Okay, so it'll swing back, this way then. So let's see. So if we do an arm retraction right, that's kind of where it winds up. I don't think I'm gonna use those as my extra structure pieces because I need something a little bit beefier. So we're gonna use these guys. So my thought is do this. Mount it up here. Do that. Up. Get to about there. Now just kind of align these into position. Although I think that's not gonna work as well as I want it to. Okay, I think that can work. I don't see any clipping. Hopefully that should clear, and then... Actually, you know what? You do have to be up. You do have to be more... about there-ish. Actually, if I just extend these just a little bit here, kind of do act like hold downs. Okay, so then color-wise, okay, I'll just leave the pipes that same color. No, I'll paint them white. So these retract right. Yeah, they should clear. Alright, I believe that is the last version of the rockets I intend on working on, the Seal FBP4, which will probably get a weird name along the lines of Robin. Thank you everyone who briefly tuned in to watch. Should probably grab a screenshot of the rocket just so I, have something to go off of. Where the hell is inventory? What happens if I press F2 in here? Nothing. There you go. Yeah, that's the photo. Thank you everyone for watching. This has been me, NoName7Spore. Links to my Discord, Twitch, and Twitter down below if you're interested in any of those things. Hopefully next time we'll be able to fly some of these new rockets. I didn't get any of the stuff produced like I wanted to, but I think there's something going on, so yeah, I've gotta go. So, bye!